All right, hold on. Let me see here. Hello, welcome to Chatting with Kathy and Left Undone. I'm streaming on both right now. I just need to do a setting here. So, good morning, everybody. We're going to catch up on the live stream of the Lindsay Clancy day 2 of her trial. Hey, this normal Idaho mom, how are you? Thank you for dropping in here. So, if you don't know me, my name is Kathy. I am a registered nurse. And that's kind of my point of live streaming this case in particular. My background is OB, mostly OB. I did do hospice the last couple years and a little bit in between. But if you look at my resume, there's about 14 years of labor and delivery, and then 7 years of high-risk OB case management, which is where I really worked with patients that had postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or any of the postpartum type of illnesses. So I can answer some questions on that because there seems to be a lot of questions about the state of mind that she could have been in, if she would be able to actually be organized enough to make these plans. My daughter's also a psychotherapist, so I refer to her sometimes. And there are my friends. Hello there. Okay, we got Freedom Ring. What am I? Can't read today. Freedom Ring. Freedom Ring. Thank you. And Carolina, there's my friend. Hello, how are you? I'm glad you're here. So it looks like it's probably good that we're starting this stream so much later than court actually started, because I believe they're on a 2-hour break right now. So hopefully with all of that and their breaks, we won't have to be here all day. We can zoom like Emily D. Baker does. I love that she does that because I'm in Pacific time, right? So I don't like to watch anything at 6 a.m. my time. This is my first cup of coffee still. Oh, I better not put it there. I was in a Zoom meeting one day through work, and I had my coffee right here next to my MacBook, and Kitty Cat, which you may see him in the background, he knocked it over on my laptop. I was trying to present my patients for my hospice meeting to the doctor and the team, and all of a sudden my keyboard was like full of coffee and it wouldn't work. And I hurried up because it's a new laptop, but I didn't buy AppleCare. So I hurried up and I bought AppleCare real quick on my phone, and then I took it to Best Buy, and it still cost me a lot of money to get it fixed. They basically had to rebuild the whole thing. So lesson learned, no coffee on the desk by the Mac. So I put another little table over here. There he is. He's in the room now, so he may be a little bit of a pain. Hopefully he won't interrupt us too much. Hello, Angel Hugs. Good morning to you. Good morning. My 25-year-old daughter was just admitted to a master's in psych program at Ness School in New York City and to a psych D program. Each start in the fall. She's trying to decide which to choose. Oh yeah, so Ryan, my daughter's name is Ryan. She's now a marriage family therapist. Oh shoot, sorry, I did something with my computer that I don't like when it happens. And she almost went into nursing. She wanted to go into nursing because a lot of people do that because their mom's a nurse, right? I'm fixing something on my computer. And so she almost went into nursing, but she decided she preferred, well, first she picked her major in college was philosophy. And I was like, what are you going to do with philosophy? So she has a double major. She moved over to psychology and she's really happy. And then she went on to get her master's degree, which is where she is now. And she has 2 little kids. So yeah, I think it's great. Your daughter's middle name is Ryan? That's awesome. Yeah, a lot of people, when I named her Ryan, well, my ex-husband, we were divorced, after we had 4 kids at some point. But I liked the name Ryan for her. And when I was pregnant, he was like, no. But we didn't know what we were having, and we already had 2 boys. So when she's born, he goes, you can name her whatever you want. So he got his daughter. So I named her Ryan. But we spell it different, and I do regret that. We spell it R-I-A-N-E because people say Rianne and stuff all the time. When she was figure skating as a little girl, she used to do competitive figure skate. They announced her name as Rianne one time, and she came out on the ice and she stomped her foot when they said her name wrong. I'm like, oh my God, you're going to lose points for that. Oh, well. So, um, National Lewis University and oh, okay. With oh, National Lewis University in Tampa. Very cool. I think it's a great career, especially for her. She loves it. She has 2 little kids. She makes her appointments with her patients to work around their schedule and everything. It's awesome. Very cool. Uh, the options are limited. No RX Psych D can write. Oh yeah, you can't. But longer program. So yeah, you can. So that is kind of a thing. Do you want to be able to write prescriptions? So I'm sure it's a longer program, correct? But I don't know. But that's not a bad idea either to get that. My daughter doesn't have the ability to do that. Very cool. All right. So anyway, if you're new here, please say hello in the chat. I'm streaming on Left Undone, which is my old true crime channel, as well as Chatting with Kathy, which is my main channel now that I am trying to grow. And on Left Undone, there's a lot of Vallow Daybell stuff because that's how I started my channel, was with that case. And then a lot of other stuff too. So I keep it because now that these old stuff that I have gone over, like the Taylor, what's her name? Oh my gosh, brain fart. Anyway, Maternal Instinct on Netflix, Taylor Parker case. I researched that case a long time ago and did a video of it. So brought it over here and kind of edited it up a little bit to make it less long, Kathy talking forever. So it's over there. So there's a lot of old stuff over there that kind of is popping up on Netflix and stuff now. So it's real valuable. Hello, Justine. Glad to see you. So you guys, how do you like my curls? This is my natural curly hair. It just does this, but I never wear it like this. But this morning I was like, you know what? I'm just going to let it dry. So I don't know if I like it or not. You know how you never like your own stuff? I always straighten it. So today's a new day. All right. So any questions before we get started watching the stream? And I will interrupt. So I'm trying to be completely, let's see the evidence, all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to be honest, I do lean towards her having postpartum psychosis and the verdict being not guilty by reason of insanity. But I do want to see all the evidence, and I do want to kind of stay in the middle because we haven't seen everything. And I feel like, why would this have gone to trial if it was that straightforward? Like, does the prosecution have some big mic drop moment coming? I don't know. So that's why I think they must have something that's going to make the jury go, oh, wait a minute. But maybe not. Maybe it's just public pressure to bring this to trial, because if there's nothing else from what we know, I believe that she was psychotic at that moment and didn't know what she was doing. Oh, I know what you're thinking of. Okay. Hi, Justine. You like it too? You do that when it's hot, and I don't want to blow dry. Okay. So that's why my hair girl told me, because when I went to Rome, we went to Italy last year, and it was so freaking humid in Rome. It was horrible. Like, I will never go to Rome again in the summer. The humidity was so gross. I was like pouring sweat out of my head. I thought I was going to die. I even went and took a shower. After I got out of the shower, my head's sweating again. I'm like, oh my God, this is insane. So, and I don't have humidity. I live in the desert. Yesterday, I think it was 114 degrees, but that doesn't happen here, right? So after that, she said, oh no, when you travel like that, just do the curly, let it go. And I'm like, you're right. Because after I dry it and straighten it, it just does weird stuff anyways. Hello, Tam. Yes, Kathy, I agree. 100% postpartum real, Team Lindsay. So I really, unless I'm trying not to be biased, but when you know what you know, you kind of know, you know what I mean? Like, I've had patients tell me, that they score high on the Edinburgh postnatal scale, which is a test to see if you're having any postpartum anxiety, postpartum psychosis, or postpartum depression. And when you ask the question if they've had thoughts of harming themselves, I'm like, okay, wait. And I've had people actually tell me, no, I'm seeing things now. I'm seeing shadows, but they're talking to me normal. We're having a normal conversation. And I'm like, well, this is a medical emergency. We need you to go get help right now. So that's why I think Lindsay is very capable of doing normal things in a psychotic state. And I asked my daughter, and I read that the other day, she did say, yes, they absolutely can use the tools that are available to them. The internet, the map, going to, it's making arrangements, making plans, using the phone. Hi, sis. Sis, you should have been a detective. Hi, y'all. Glad you're covering this. Thank you so much. So good to see you here. What do you think of Lindsay's lawyer? I like him. I think he's a good lawyer. I've never heard of him before, but I didn't follow the other cases that he's defended. But I hear he's a really good lawyer and he wins a lot. They say he wins a lot. So she probably picked the right lawyer. And I do like him. And I do love that he said, we cannot start this story on January 24th. We have to start it before that, because look at what happened. And then there's a lot of people out there that say, she faked this. She faked the suicide. After I saw those pictures of her laying in the hospital on a ventilator, and then, I just don't see how you would fake that. Like, literally. And they're leaving out the point that she took the Seroquel and the Remeron before she jumped. So she used the knife, she sliced herself, and then she had crushed up the Remeron. They showed it, and it says, because kids, there's a note, and put it in the lemonade. And she did have peak levels at the hospital of Seroquel and Remeron in her tox screen. So I don't know how you could take pills, cut yourself, jump out a window, and call that a fake suicide. She just happened to live. That's what I think. Some things aren't adding up for me. Elsie was a nurse and she didn't cut herself at the right place. It's so confusing. We got to remember she wasn't in psychosis, and nurses can be patients too. I mean, when I'm a patient or when my kids are patients, I rely on the professionals to help me. I don't go into my own brain and decide how things go, but I don't know if she cut herself in the wrong place. I don't know what state she was in. I mean, there was a lot of blood, so she cut herself somewhere. But yeah, hopefully all that'll come out in the trial too, Carolina, because it would be a lot of work to plan this for months, admitting yourself into the hospital, going to the ER, going to this doctor, going to perinatal support, postpartum support group. I think it's a really tough case. I think it's a really sad case. I lean towards the fact that she had a psychotic episode. There's no motive, like with Susan Smith, who took her kids and lives for man. Exactly. That's the thing. What's the motive here? What's the motive? She didn't want to be a mom anymore. Everything she did was very organized for the kids and her husband. So I don't know. I don't want to be biased. I really don't. But I just have so many questions in my head that make me think, why? There's no motive for this. I know 3 young mothers that had postpartum. It is real. One ran into traffic and was hit by a semi and died. Oh my God. I lost a child, so I understand the grief is devastating. Oh, how horrible. How horrible. And she made a decision in a psychotic state to run into traffic to kill herself. That's awful. The Remeron is wild. My ex took that after a heart attack with other depression meds, and he said it made him high like pot. Yeah, they're very. So we did. It's the same, like Remeron, Seroquel. Kind of. I had patients, my dementia patients. Some of them took Remeron. Some of them took Seroquel. When we put my mom on Seroquel, she was hallucinating everything before, but she was still hallucinating. All it did was knock her back to sleep for a while. But then she would get up and she was slurring her words. She was still seeing those little assholes. They were little assholes. I said this before, but my mom is um my mom what was I going to say? She was diagnosed. Well, I saw that she had dementia a long time. I really had to push for a diagnosis. And this is another thing that you can see with medicine and the medical field. I took her to her doctor how many times? I'm like, she has something going on. This is something going on. She's yelling at people in her assisted living that there's knocks on her door. He's like, well, what time night happens? Maybe it's, just a little sundowners or something. And like year after year, I take her. I finally took her about a year and a half ago to her doctor. And I'm like, she is getting worse and worse. So then they decided to evaluate her. And he's like, oh, yeah, she totally failed this test. Like, she didn't know her birthday. She didn't know who the president was. She didn't know anything. So anyway, but she was mean. She was a mean dementia. And she would yell at me and she would scream and yell at these invisible people in her room and call them little assholes. And they were all kids, apparently. Anyway, I was so sick of those little assholes. I'm telling you. But then we put her on Seroquel. But yeah, it gave me a break. She would fall asleep. But when she woke up, she still was hallucinating. Those kids were still here. I mean, it was a nightmare. She passed away December 23rd. Well, it was really 22nd. But because I said, oh, she passed away at 11:30 at night, right? But she was pronounced on December 23rd. She was here on hospice. And at this point, I was talking to my daughter and she's like, I tell people all the time, if they have somebody with dementia, they lose them twice. And that's exactly true. Like for me, I lost her twice. The mom that I know was for the past 5 years was not my mom. So yeah, it was really. You're on Remeron? How is it? How are you feeling on that? How are you feeling? Let me go back here. Yeah, her wrist and her neck, but we'll see. Because I'm curious to see exactly if they're going to go. The medical experts are going to go over exactly where these cuts were and what she did. Hi, Dental Lori. So I don't know if you guys. I can't tell who's in Left Undone and who's in Chatting with Kathy, but I'm trying to put as many comments on the screen so you guys can see both. Seroquel made my mom totally freak out before she had full-blown dementia. Yeah, it made her really weird. Then we only started her on 25 milligrams, but then she went up to 150. And then I think he upped her to like 200 3 times a day. And I was like, I am not giving her 200 3 times a day, although I could have probably kept her snowed because she wasn't really eating anymore anyway. Seroquel makes people mean. I had a claim with a lady who tripped and fell on Seroquel. She was mean. Yeah, my mom felt a lot on the Seroquel. I finally got to the so we were referred finally to the pharmacist, the clinical pharmacist that switched her meds up, and that was so much better. I'm like, her main doctor, her primary care doctor, he's a primary care doctor. He's not a geriatric specialist. So once the clinical pharmacist got her, switched her meds, took her off the Seroquel, it was a little bit better, but she was outgoing. She was going anyway. She wanted to go. She told the podiatrist was here. He would come like every 10 weeks or so and sit on her floor and do her toes. So she's in a recliner and she never lost the ability to talk. She never really got incontinent. She like skipped over all that. But she told him, he goes, okay, well, I'll see you in a couple weeks next time I come back. And she's like, oh, I'm not going to be here. And he's like, what do you mean? She goes, I'm moving. He goes, you're moving. Where are you moving to? She goes, oh, I'm moving out of the country. Like total conversation. He's like, where? And she goes, oh, I'm moving to heaven. And he was like, oh, that's a little further than out of the country. And I'm like, well, if she moves to heaven, I'm moving to Greece because I have my dual citizenship. So anyway, so 10 weeks later, when he called to make the appointment to come back, I go, remember what she told you that she was moving to heaven? He's like, yeah. I go, she did. She moved there. So weird. Cute pug. I had one too named Ozzy. Oh, aren't they the funniest little dogs on the planet? So funny. They're so cute. Sounds like a Greek god. Hello, Carrie B. Nice to see you. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. My son, 25, went in for same day surgery. Doctor gave him strong pain meds. He came home and passed that night. Oh my God. That's horrible. That is awful. That's a horrible story. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness gracious. I think I'm in Left Undone because the little membership icon is showing when I comment. Yep, then you're in Left Undone. And there is memberships in Left Undone. What I'm thinking, I don't know. I need suggestions, you guys, for both channels, how I can do this. But Left Undone has my membership, so I do want to start doing members only lives too periodically, and get that going again. So I just need suggestions on how to run both, because chatting with Kathy, I really like for like trending stuff, whatever they're talking about. Obviously, there's a lot of true crime that they're talking about, like the big Netflix shows. It's doing really well for those. I'm getting a lot of views. So, but Left Undone is all my OG people, and it has all that stuff for true crime that you can really dig deep into. So he didn't overdose. He didn't overdose. His heart was bad. Oh, I'm so sorry though. That's so sad. So sad. Mama D's jumping between lives. Hi. Yeah, I'm so sorry. That's awful. People that have lost a child, I don't literally, it scares me to even think about it. I mean, I know you have to move on and go forward, but holy cow, I can't imagine having that hole in my life. It's my biggest fear. So I'm so sorry. Circle really helped me. I was diagnosed with bipolar. I tried all kinds of SSRIs for years, but switching to a mood stabilizer really helped me. How are you on it? Like, are you sleepy all the time, or did you adjust to that? Did that finally adjust? Was it like that at first and then you adjusted? I'm gonna drink some coffee. Why it's hot. My friend had their knee surgery today. It was early morning. Oh, hope she's doing okay. Or Kathy can put a hype button to help promote your channel. I don't know if they charge to have it. So on some of my videos, I see it. And on others, I don't. So because I did see it I put up a video yesterday and the hype button's there. I'll have to look into that because yeah, I would love to have that, but I don't know if it just shows up. I have to look into it. Oh, we're chasing birds. Sorry. It keeps them very busy chasing birds. The bird feeder in the window. Hi, Mama. Hi. Okay. Hi, Dental. Say hi to your friends. Hello from North Shore. Hey, I have not seen you in so long, except for on Facebook. Aloha, Oahu. Oahu. Wow. We'll continue watching after work is put off work to go. I can't afford to retire because of the price of paradise. Dude, I can't afford to retire either. It's just not going to happen. In fact, I have a second interview for a job on Friday, and it's case management. So same thing, right? And it's remote. So I hope I get it. He's doing good. I'm waiting on his meds. Perfect. I think in my 17 years, Seroquel was definitely our most prescribed antipsychotic. I mean, it's been around forever. I just don't know if it was great for a dementia patient. I'm kind of thinking it probably wasn't, but you're on Left Undone. Okay. Dental Lori. All right, let's get into this. One more. I take Wellbutrin generic, and I have added dextromethorphan. Really? It really helped. It's a combination and a new antidepressant that includes both. Really? I take Wellbutrin too. I've been on it since 2004. It helps. It also helps too with my ADD stuff. You know, I have 4 kids that are ADD. I was never diagnosed with it, but I'm like, what? Wait, all 4 of you guys have this? Maybe I do too. But it helps with that too as well. And it doesn't cause you to gain weight, which I like with the Wellbutrin as well. Link for my new channel, please. Okay. Let's see. Do any of my mods have it? Or no, you guys are in the, well, oh, wait, hold on. I don't, oh, you guys are in Left Undone. In Left Undone, can somebody drop the link for chatting with Kathy in Left Undone? Look it up. I certainly will. Good to know. I haven't heard of that. It made dementia worse for many. I think it made it worse for my mom. I mean, for whatever, she was already mean, you know, and then she just got meaner. Although she would be nice to other people. She's just mean to me most of the time. But she could be an asshole to the other people too, along with those invisible kids. Okay, I'm going to share my screen and we're going to start this and we'll chit chat too in between. So yeah, Monday we left with Patrick Clancy on the stand, and they stopped in the middle of his testimony. So let's go here. Okay. Here we go. Hold on. The name is Avuleta, but I'm just taking the bupropion and added the cough gel capsules as my dog. Interesting, because it's probably really expensive right now if it's new. Okay, let me zoom to where this is going to work for us. I think I got it queued up to the right place. Good. Tell me if audio and everything's okay too once it starts. Oh, we got their chat. I don't know how to get rid of their chat. Can I? Okay. Okay, there we go. There's no audio yet. Let's get in there. Oh. This icon, you never know where it's going to start. Like they got the, oh my God, it went back to nothing. Okay, he's right there. So it's coming. I thought there was a place where it said the court started though. I saw people. I don't want to. Okay, no, I'll just zoom. Okay, well, we saw Patrick on the stand there. That must be where it starts unless they didn't turn the cameras on right away, I'm thinking. Let me just go right here, right there.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Hi, good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
All right, good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, before we get started, can I see counsel at sidebar briefly?
A sidebar already? Holy man. Holy moly. See, this is why Zoom is good. You love the Massachusetts accents? Car. Going in the car. Okay. Well, we're going to get, that's why we're like, okay. Back to the screensaver here. There we go. There's Patrick right there. Okay, he should be coming on right now.
I had asked you some questions about
Yeah, we missed that part.
the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children, do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall if you're facing the couch where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as connected to
All
that.
right. Any objection? That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. And then did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyte at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
27 and
I just feel
28.
so bad for him having to relive this. This has just got to be the worst thing ever. And Carolina, I didn't hear that. He had a panic attack. Oh my God, poor guy.
We have the original mark is 27 and the timeline is 28, please. It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit. And then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
We could pull up the preview video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on the screen. At 5:54, 15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yep.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately. Is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Can I see?
So I'm seeing you guys. What are you saying? So he testified, then had a panic attack, and he hasn't gotten cross-examined yet. That happened this morning. Okay, so we'll see all that. Oh gosh, poor guy. The fact that the prosecution just brought out that she was supposedly in the middle of a psychotic episode, but on the phone with him sounded different in the real moment. Is that likely? Wait, okay. The fact that the prosecution just brought out that she was supposedly in the middle of a psychotic episode, but on the phone with him sounded coherent and in the real comment, is that likely? You have to get down. You have to get down. Well, do you mean like, is it likely to be able to have a coherent conversation when you're in the middle of a psychotic episode? Apparently so, according to what I asked my daughter about it. Apparently so. By the way, the theory that she map quested how long it took to get to the restaurant means nothing. I've done that to make sure I leave to pick up an order is ready. Right. True. Like, when is it going to be ready? Okay. How long is it going to take me to get there? Okay. Should be getting there right when it's ready. Right. True story. Yeah. Laura Matthias will make a huge deal out of his pain and sorrow just for clicks and views. She's there. I know she's there. I can't even. Sorry. But yeah, she's like, I heard her think. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. This is ridiculous. She's like, oh, it was like everybody in the courtroom when they said, please rise, everybody stood up. Wow, Lindsay's in a wheelchair. Everybody stood up, but Lindsay. What? You have to point that out? Oh my God. Come on, journalist. Us trial tourists could have done better than that, right? Okay, sorry. That's just I'll behave. I won't be talking smack, but that's the only person I'm talking smack on. You guys, there's a history.
Counsel, just very briefly. Subject to the court's order, that may be admitted.
Oh, you should. When I went to Idaho and went to the Daybell, she was just very off-putting to me. She wasn't welcoming. Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis was so nice and welcoming, gave me her sticker, talked. Right. Even Chanley Painter was
subject to the court's order.
Nate, everybody there was welcoming and talked to everybody else, but she was always like so standoffish.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route.
So sad.
One exit on the highway and then went home.
Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, marked sequentially as exhibits.
They may be admitted.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Austin. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked with the next exhibit, please.
It may be a minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
And who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
That's what we're hearing. We're not at the part yet, but because we're delayed, being that I started on way late on West Coast time. But that's what we're hearing. I don't know if the EMTs were called. I didn't hear that part. Did anybody know? God, poor guy, man. Oh, God, my start. So sad.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41. Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay. Was that a phone call?
Yeah.
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
And did she answer?
No.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
So
Yeah.
I think what they're trying to
Now, the
prove
bed is
is that she did normal things, that she planned dinner, she had him go, she like everything was just normal, that she couldn't have been psychotic. That's what they're trying to prove. But well, the experts are going to have to either agree with that or disagree with that. And I'm probably the prosecution's got one that disagrees and or agrees that she was normal and couldn't have been psychotic. And then, but so it'll just depend on what kind of experts they got, because I think that's their whole point. She did this, she did that, everything was normal, it was a normal day, it was blah, blah, blah. And then she just had this planned out. So she did it while he was gone instead of thinking she was in a psychotic state. That's what they're trying to say.
this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle. Is that the way it was typically?
No,
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You have this photo, Nurse. What's the next picture?
It may be admitted.
And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was it open?
yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah,
Mark, what's the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
no,
How far into the room did you get?
probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose, and there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is
They
that
are. There's a malpractice lawsuit.
how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these photos, 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to Exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
See, that's the other thing. They're trying to prove that she didn't really cut herself as bad. I mean, he's saying blood looked like it was sprayed, so that would tell me she hit an artery somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. It seems like a lot of sprayed blood makes a big difference to just superficial cuts like they're saying, you know?
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
No.
I don't even understand why you care where the phone is, but I'm not a lawyer. I don't even play one on TV.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at Exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing straight below the bottom right window by the window well.
You can see taking deep breaths and stuff. He's trying really hard to remain composed.
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. Showing you Exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, Which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds?
Okay, I'm trying. Let's see. Can is it on this? Hold on. Volume. That's mute. Okay, up. That's all the way up. Let me see. Mine's all the way up too. Let's see if that helps. I don't know.
Wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you,
Wait,
advice on how?
breathing on her own. Well, there's no respirator or intubator down there. She can't be intubated. Yeah. What? Stupid. No, she wasn't breathing. She was dead. We just brought her back. I think that was a silly question. Sorry.
how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was?
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
I think so too. That's what
And,
they're trying to prove.
When you saw her in
That was all
position, what
fakey
did you
fake.
do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes, but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No,
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Wait, hold on.
Sorry.
He had a band around his neck.
How they're streaming?
Yeah.
We're streaming together. We're streaming at the same time. How does it behind? I'm confused how that could even happen. Is it way behind? Is it different than this? I'm really confused how it could happen because I'm streaming from StreamYard and it's supposed to be streaming to both exactly the same. That's so weird. Okay, well. Nurse question for later. I keep seeing people say as a nurse she cut in the wrong place, but it looks like they really went for the basilic cephalic junction. Is that dangerous? I mean, I'm a nurse and I've never thought about cutting myself or killing myself, but I don't know where I would necessarily, I would probably go for my wrists or the jugular, right? So I don't know. I really don't know that answer. I don't know if that would be, and she's a labor and delivery nurse. So I'm a labor and delivery nurse. Like we didn't work step down or ICU or have suicide people. So, and nursing school is just the basics. So I don't know, but we can look that up.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah,
And where was Callan?
to her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
If we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
I'm asking Chat GPT.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Okay, here's what Chat GPT says about PLM's question. Yes, depending on exactly what the testimony means, that area can bleed substantially. The cephalic and basilic veins are the two major superficial venous systems of the arm around the antecubital fossa inside the elbow. So that's where we do blood draws and stuff, right? So they commonly communicate through the median cubital vein, although the anatomy varies considerably from person to person. So if the testimony is that Lindsay lacerated or transected one of those larger veins or a sizable communication branch, you could absolutely see a lot of venous blood bleeding. It wouldn't behave like a severe brachial artery. Typically, you would expect steady, free flow, dark venous blood rather than arterial pulsating blood bleeding, but a significant venous injury can still produce a considerable amount of blood. So if Patrick is describing a lot of blood at the scene, this testimony could potentially explain why there was much more blood than someone might expect from hearing simply she cut her wrists. And as a nurse, you could safely phrase it. Tell me how I can phrase it. All right. So I guess so. But it's not an artery, right? It's just those big veins.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
It may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
Yeah, I mean, it does say that, and he did see a lot of blood.
Removed from the
So
home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
oh my God, he's losing
Did
it.
anyone ever tell you not
Oh,
to
poor
leave
guy.
your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
Oh my gosh.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All
I
right.
just have exhibits
All right.
after.
Counsel Casey, just briefly, sidebar.
She just has exhibits, so that means the 911 call, I'm assuming. And I agree that assistant district attorney or whatever she is, she has not said anything about I'm sorry for your loss or anything. We talked about that early on, how completely unkind and insensitive that is. And you could see he's clearly struggling. He was really starting to breathe rapidly and take deep breaths there at the end. So this must be when he had, or is it after the 911 call? I don't know. You guys, some of you guys are ahead of me because you saw this earlier. I didn't see it. Let me go zoom. Oh no, here they come.
The witness could be
All right.
excused.
So you can be excused, subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir. All right, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to submit some evidence. First, would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night.
I think
of January 24th,
what I
2020.
think is happening here, she's still basically on Patrick, but she's just doing the the exhibits. So that was actually kind of nice. They didn't make him. We're not going to hear the call. Patrick filed a motion asking them not to play it publicly to the media. So I know the courtroom will hear it, but we don't hear it, or we're not going to hear it. So that was actually kind of cool that they let him leave. I'll give her 1/2 of a point for that. Did the DA prosecutor go to night school and perhaps work at Krispy Kreme during the day? She's the worst. Right? I don't know. I'm not happy with the usually I'm on the prosecution side, right? I mean, but I just do not love this. If they can't come up with something bigger than what they've come up with so far, I'm not believing that this wasn't psychotic episode and postpartum psychosis. The jurors do hear it. Okay. All right. Let me continue here. She's going to bring in some exhibits.
First, the pajama pants.
Also, I'm thinking if Lindsay did use the Anacube to cut herself, I can see her thought process in cutting there, because that is where we draw blood and start IVs. Well, not labor delivery. I never use that vein, but that's a whole nother story, because there's a bend, right? I use this vein right here most of the time. There's a nice big juicy vein that runs right here in your wrist, so I try to use right where it doesn't bend. But I can see her logic and cutting there. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll continue.
Pajama shirt. And then the pink robe. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted.
Yeah, Katie, that makes sense too. You're right. If they can show that she literally planned this and she was in her right mind, or able to know right from wrong, and the whole criminally responsible, I can see that.
And then Dawson's
Murder, suicide, and suicide gone wrong.
We have dinosaur underwear for the record.
She's crying too now. Poor thing. I just feel for everybody here.
And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt.
Why? We know they're dead and we know she did it. Why?
What's the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
I'm really bothered right now.
And then
She's holding the lawyer.
pajamas.
She's holding her lawyer's hand. It's so sad that there's nobody else at that table. Like, too bad you can't let your mom sit with you or something, you know? Mom, look. The victims' clothes always get me when they're children. It's 100% worse. I got you totally. I don't understand why we have to see them. Look at poor Lindsay. I just feel for her. I feel for everybody, you know? Their life's never the same. These poor babies are gone. She knows she did it. Patrick had to go start a whole new life. Like, everything they dreamed about is just out the window. The house they loved. Like, it's just heartbreaking. No matter purpose or not, it's awful. I do feel bad for her and hope she is set free. She will live in agony for the rest of her life, no matter where she goes. Yeah, and that's what my daughter said. Like, pretty much punishment to know that you did this and that your life will never be the same and that you have to live with this forever, you know? Can you talk about how she did this to strangulate? Yeah, I mean, and strangulation is, she had them face down. So he said, so that's kind of interesting that she wasn't looking them in the face, right? I don't know. Strangulation does take a while too, so it's really scary and sad. Okay, let's play.
Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. We have dinosaur underwear, for the record. a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt.
Honestly,
So the next exhibit, please.
I'm glad I didn't go to this trial. I would be losing it seeing this. Oh my gosh. Was there an offer of a plea deal for her? I can't find any on, I don't know. I think it's important, innocent until proven guilty. I'm really trying to keep an open mind. I do have an open mind. If there's a piece of evidence, if there's evidence that shows me that she did this, then I'm on that side of things, right? If there's none, then I truly believe, based on what I know about postpartum psychosis, that there's that's what it was. I really feel bad for her too, and typically because I have lost a child. God, I don't understand how someone can take their own child, but this is different. It wasn't malicious. I have empathy for both their families. Yeah, it's so sad. An ounce of prevention is a pound of cure. No one heard her silent cries for help. She was in her own head all alone. No plea deal. Thank you. Okay. So they just wanted to take it. You plead guilty or we're taking you to trial. It almost seems like the Commonwealth are attempting to upset Lindsay so much. She breaks down in court and admits she know what she was doing at the time. Why else would they show the clothing? I don't know. I don't like the way they're going about this. I cannot approve of how they're doing this with all these the baby's clothes. Because of the way she did it, I think she hated those kids. Or the voice that told her to do it hated those kids. The psychosis or something. I don't. Ugh. They're trying to enrage the jury. Yes. I think they overcharged her. Yeah. If they don't come up with something, they did. I'm still waiting for something besides clothes of the children here. Ugh.
That may be admitted.
And then Helen's pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson.
Oh, God, the
That
exercise
may be
bands.
admitted.
Oh. Exercise band.
Black exercise.
I believe Lindsay's guilty. All the lies, etc., and whom I feel sorry for is the children. Yeah, of course. Not dad and certainly not mom. I'm praying she's convicted. I better get off. On that note, I better get off. No, you are completely able to have your own opinion. This is a very divided trial. So many trials are more lean towards the prosecution and like the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, like they did it, get them out of here. I don't remember anybody being on their side except for the wacky doodles that were their friends that went into hiding basically and zipped it. But this trial is super controversial and I can see why. You can see both sides. So you don't have to get off. As long as no one attacks each other for their opinions in the chat, please continue. I want to hear everybody's opinions. Is the prosecutor new? So many irrelevant questions and she doesn't use the mic. Oh. Patrick made a statement that She only spoke about herself and didn't mention the kids. What is that about? Yeah, that was weird. That was really weird because he said when he called her, when she talked to her about a week later, all she did was talk about herself. I mean, was she still in a psychotic state? Probably. Maybe. It is weird though. She didn't say, how are my children? Now, somebody did mention she asked where her family was. So this is absolutely disgusting. And the prosecution is acting like she is just unpacking groceries. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here. I know, it's so sad. Carolina Hurtado, so true. Nathan had an interview the other night whose husband lost his wife to postpartum. He now helps many women who are suffering. Yeah, if there's an excellent, if you want to be educated on postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, postpartum, there's a lot of postpartum. There's postpartum. Even men can get postpartum. Interestingly enough, in the postpartum period. So I don't believe they can get psychosis, but they can get depression. But if you want to learn and educate yourself on what can happen in perinatal mental health, because it is so it needs attention. It needs a lot of attention. It's not given enough attention. It needs awareness big time. But postpartum.net is an excellent resource. They have online group sessions. They have for people that have stillborns, for people that have postpartum depression, people that have suffered postpartum psychosis, dads whose wives or partners are suffering from it. They have a lot of that. They have volunteer opportunities. They have peers that can talk to other people that are suffering that have already gone through it. And they explain it really, really well. They have it broken down. There's postpartum PTSD. And I think that's interesting because they did say those first 2 births were rather traumatic for her. And that can cause, a lot of people get postpartum PTSD. They have a crashed C-section. It's so stressful. The birth didn't go the way they thought it was. They almost died. Baby almost died. Baby had to go to NICU. There's a lot of that as well. I respect all opinions. That's how we learn. Yes. I have to agree with the defense attorney. There are no winners in this case. Their children are gone forever. She's going to never be the same again. And he has to live with this for the rest of his life. Yeah. It's just a horrible life sentence to have to live with it. Definitely no winners. Yep. Okay, let's watch the rest of this stupid evidence right here.
Size band found with Cora. Yeah, this is the next exhibit, please.
That me.
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. You could have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case and my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded. It's not to be broadcast, and it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that, Commonwealth.
Okay. The cephalic junction that you were talking about, POM, where did you hear that? Because I didn't hear it, but I'm curious where that came from. Because everything I heard was the wrists and the neck, but it's kind of interesting. I don't remember hearing that in the testimony, but you guys are all ahead of things sometimes than me. So. Interesting. Anyway, okay, they're playing that. We're still looking at Lindsay, why they're playing the 911 call. God, that's got to kill her. Should I zoom? It's painful. Let me zoom a little bit. Oh my God. Oh, oh my God. I feel so bad for this whole entire thing. Of her arm. Okay. I guess when when the physician, when they do a physician that cared for her or something, or the EMTs or whatever, we'll get more clarification on that. Because I had always heard whiz. You can see she really gouged a specific place. Okay. On one of her arms, probably her non-dominant. This is horrific. Patrick's having a panic attack outside. She's having a panic attack sitting there. Like literally horrible. Hey, sunshine. Her poor attorney. Come on, attorney, pat her on the back or something. Like, come on, we need a little. I know, that's what I'm saying. Console her, somebody. The guard's just looking the other way. The attorney's just like, oh God, this is horrible. People are slamming her Monday for not breaking down more. Hopefully they eat their words now. I'm sure she was trying to remain as stoic as possible, right? Right now, she's listening to the 911 call. Can you even imagine if you were in a psychotic state when all this happened and you have to listen to this now? Like what you did, what your husband's finding at this very moment. Oh my God, I can't. And no one's consoling her. Her parents are in the courtroom. I'm not sure because I know they're witnesses. Oh boy. I hope they take a break. And the prosecution. This is awful. Okay, let me go zoom a little bit. It's a long 911 call, huh? It looks like they're gonna do something here. Oh, that makes sense too. Even though they've been given instructions not to let that bother, convince them anyway. But yes. I know, Chuck Buck, but it's like the evidence, they know she did it. My heart goes out to the whole situation. I know it's a trial and I know they have to admit everything, but I just don't, I don't know. I mean, I do understand that, but the kid's clothes, maybe, I don't know. The whole thing, it's just awful. But I understand they have to admit all the evidence and it's a trial, but my empathy goes out to everybody, I just can't imagine sitting through all that. Has to be 5 minutes at least. Yeah. I know. Does she have to be in there for the call? I guess maybe. I mean, maybe. I'm sure the prosecution wants her but in there, right? This is what you did. You planned this. You killed your children. You sit here and suffer, right? Because that's their whole point. Remember when Lori Vallow wanted to leave the courtroom when they showed the autopsy pictures of JJ and Tylee, and she had a temper tantrum and wanted to leave, and the judge didn't let her leave? I think it would be something like that, right? Okay, let's go. Where are we at here? Trying to zoom here. I would not want to be on this jury. If this was a case that I got called for, I would be like, I'd find every reason not to sit on this jury. Oh, did they? Did they? Yeah, I guess it depends on the judge then, right? Because Lori Vallow was told, nope. This normal Idaho mom was there taking notes for me at that point of the trial for Lori Vallow. And she said, oh my God, Lori's wanting to get out of here for this part. And the judge isn't letting her. I was just thinking of that Lori Vallow thing. And then she turned her back on the autopsy photos for her kids. Yeah, because I guess for her, like, okay, here it is. It's in your face, lady, because she still thinks that JJ and Tylee are coming to talk to her. Did you guys hear? It was worth listening to. Colby called her recently. He just did a live stream calling her on the phone, and she still is the same old thing. You weren't there. You didn't understand. But he did a really good job of questioning her very recently, like a week or so ago. And Lori is still an idiot. She still thinks Jesus comes and talks to her and told her that she'll see and that she's, most important person of the universe, like she thinks she is. And it's just nonsense. Okay, here we go. My battery on my camera is going to die. So I'm going to play this and change my battery, and I'll be right back. So I'm just getting my camera set up here again, you guys. If anybody wants a potty break or something, I'm going to let Percy out too real quick and I'll be right back. He's acting like he has to go potty.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Counselor, is the Commonwealth ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Before we do that, can I see the sidebar? Oh, geez. Wait a minute, it says, after we bring the jury in, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Which ones do you want? All the exhibits are in that box. The prescription bottles are right here. Do you need those?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
To the jurors, thank you for your patience with us. With that, Commonwealth, you would call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Angela Kraus.
Good morning. Start right here, raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that I am now coming between the Commonwealth and the shall be the truth?
Okay, so Patrick isn't being cross-examined yet?
I'll just step right here, please.
Hey, good morning.
What
Good morning.
is
How are
going
you?
on
Ask you to
here?
keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Kraus. It's Angela Krause.
And your date of birth, please.
5/1977.
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy,
And at which location?
Kingston.
And do you know the address of that location?
189 Summer Street.
And how long have you worked there?
4 years at that location.
And what is your role there?
General manager
How long have you been the general manager?
for CVS.
For CVS, yes.
9 years.
And so the entire time you've worked at that location, those 4 years, you've been the general manager at the Kingston store?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what shift were you working?
Closing.
Which is what hours?
Say roughly 3 to 11.
So that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention further to 4:48 p.m. Did you receive a phone call while you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the CVS line?
Yes.
And do you know that number?
No.
And where were you when you received that call?
I was in the office
And what were you doing?
preparing to do cash for the night.
And what does that entail?
I don't understand this. Lindsay, order it. She can think and order risotto. What? No telling other creators like Kathy left undone. I don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying that I'm biased? And that you think that I don't understand, Juicy Jules. I don't understand what your comment is. You're telling me she can order, she can think and order risotto, which we know that, but we know when people are in psychosis, they can use the tools that are available to them. So they have to prove that she was not capable of, that she was actually, criminally responsible and not in a psychotic state. But she can still do that. People can do that. So I don't know. I'm still waiting to see the evidence.
Closing out the registers.
And the call that you received, was that from a male or a female?
Female.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She was inquiring if I carried a product in stock.
And what product was that?
It was like a constipation medicine.
Was it Miralax?
Yes.
And did she specifically ask for something to do with children's Miralax?
Well, I asked for clarification because depending on if she wanted children's or adults, it would be in a different part of the store.
And when you asked for clarification, was she able to provide clarification?
Yes. She
And what-
said it was for children's.
And what was your response?
It's located in 2 different places in the store.
And did you give her any specific brand names or anything like that?
I just said that we carried Pedialax, and that was 13 and 20.
And approximately how long was this conversation?
A few minutes.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all. It's a very normal interaction.
I was just going to ask, was there anything out of the ordinary about the conversation?
No.
Later that evening, did the police come to the store?
Yes.
And did they request that you pull some surveillance footage for them?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And if I could just have Exhibit 28, the footage up for a moment. If you could look at the screen here, do you recognize the store? Yes. And is this part of the footage that you provided to police that night?
Yes.
And directing your attention over here to the right, the aisle where the gentleman is standing, all the way to the right of the store. Are you familiar with what was in that aisle in January of 2023?
Yeah, that's our children's aisle.
So that would have things like children's Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And from what I understand, psychosis isn't it's not a straight line. It's not like you're in it, you stay in it, you're in it, you're in it, you're in it, And there were warning signs that she was struggling. So she literally could have started hearing those voices at that moment, right? Who knows? But yeah, it's not linear, so.
Did you have any interaction with that gentleman while he was in the store?
No, ma'am.
And did the police also ask you to provide a copy of a receipt for that gentleman's transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And just showing you Exhibit 26. Is this the receipt provided to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, it says Skittles Wildberry. So that is Skittles.
Yes.
It also says FLT, PDLX, LQD, GLY for the second item. What does that stand for in CVS?
It's Fleet brand, but then it's going to be Pedialax and then a glycerin suppository.
Okay, so the FLT is for Fleet?
Yes.
And the PDLX is for Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I find that really interesting because she didn't just send him like on a random errand for Pedialax. He also got glycerin suppositories, and they were at the pediatrician that day. And Cora has been having issues, I guess, going to the bathroom, constipation. And so the doctor had recommended the Pedialax and probably the glycerin suppositories. So if you're really planning this, would it matter? You're just trying to get rid of him. Just go tell him to buy one thing. Why is he buying two medications that can help with constipation? The experts will make this testimony seem unnecessary. People just don't understand psychosis, right? It is dangerous to abruptly stop taking benzos and psychotropic medications. Definitely dangerous. You wean off of those things. You don't abruptly stop. Yeah, absolutely true. Two birds. Let's see. When I was in withdrawal, I fought really hard to stay normal, but at times I couldn't. I thought my boyfriend was whispering things in my ear in the middle of the night. Felt my teeth were melting, not safe. Oh, wow. Yeah.
I have nothing further for the witness. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
I have no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We sit
Yes.
down. Thank you. Please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Soraya Sweeney.
That doesn't make a difference to me.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter what pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's trial, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank
This way,
you.
please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak
Sure.
into that microphone. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Yes.
Thank you,
Please,
Honor.
Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what year we're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last,
Sweeney, Sweeny.
and now what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9389.
And where do you work?
Currently have two jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at 3V. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V restaurant?
Since 2019
And where is it located?
in Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of 2023, what was your role at 3V restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
And directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock,
And when would your shift end?
typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
as a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was a order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the power bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean power bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Do you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired
Mama
in any
D,
way?
we weren't allowed to hear it. They didn't play it publicly, only in the courtroom. So we all missed it. But it was really sad because Lindsay was literally trembling and crying through it. They did zoom in on her.
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
Directing your attention to 5:54 p.m., was the order picked up?
Yes.
And was it picked up by a male or a female?
A male.
If we could pull up Exhibit 30 footage. And are you depicted in the video here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm standing behind the host stand.
And so for the record, the hostess stand or the host stand is in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah,
of the
it's
video.
that black stand that has a wooden framer on the top.
So am I pointing to the right area
Yes.
in the upper left corner?
Yes.
You could play that for a moment. And if you could pause it, please. So we're at 5:54:19 p.m. Do you see the individual who picked up the order?
Yes.
And which individual is that?
The man in the dark jacket that entered last.
And is he the person behind the couple at the host stand?
Yes.
To Patrick, right? Not to her,
I'm
though. I
showing
think they have
you
to show her, too.
marked as Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is one of our printouts that
Okay, I have to comment on your comment. Wow, those people didn't hold the door for him. Jerks, LOL. That is one of my biggest pet peeves when I'm coming in behind somebody and they don't hold door, especially if it's a man. And you know what? When my boys, I have 3 boys, right? When they were little, I purposely trained them to hold doors open for people. We'd walk up to the door and I'd stop. I'd be like, open the door. And they do it. My boys all open doors for people. Like, well, good job. You did one thing right. Taught them to open doors for people. But so it's like one of my pet peeves when I'm coming up behind somebody and they're just like, boom, the door goes closed. Thanks. Yeah. And I do too. If I go in first, I'm always holding the door. It's just common courtesy, but a lot of people don't. And it really bothers me. I don't know why. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Yeah. So we have 2 people confirming picked up the food. Why is this necessary? Again, right? They're going to make this trial really long with things like this, which, yes, he went to get the food. She sent him to get the food. He said, I got the food. He said, that was him. Now she's here. This poor girl doesn't even want to be on this stand. She's all nervous. And her testimony really doesn't mean much, in my opinion, but I'm not a lawyer, like I said. So
comes with orders. We attach those to the bags for takeout and have a copy for ourselves as well.
And displaying it. Okay. here. Here in the line where it says Patrick and then a phone number, is that where you would enter in what the person calling gives you for the information?
I can't believe they just showed us Patrick's
Yes.
phone number. You know how many weirdos are going to call that number now?
Sorry about your interaction with that gentleman.
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
What's your stuff?
All right, hey, counsel, could I see you at this time? Thanks again.
Doesn't anybody else think that's bad that they showed us Patrick's phone number? I hope he has a new phone number, but whoever has that phone number now is going to get bombarded. Okay, let's go. Zoom, zoomy, zoom.
The Commonwealth case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right?
All right, good. Close the notebook, station on your chair, please.
Right. I hope nobody has that number. You know how many people, you know how people are. There's cuckoo people out there that would literally call that number. Yeah, for sure. All right. I know that, you know what? So it's perfect because they took this 2-hour break, which is huge, but we're in the window, so we can just zoom right up to when they come back. Great. Perfect. Awesome.
We're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
I guess
wanna
so.
remind everyone of the media order regarding not videotaping.
That's true too.
broadcasting from the courtroom or inside the courthouse. So I just
Because
wanna
somebody just got in trouble for that.
reiterate that. All right. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock.
So I kind of like flipped it on when I was trying to find where I was going to start. And apparently the correspondent for Surviving with the Survivor, who apparently is an attorney, was recording in the courthouse and got in trouble and got kicked out. I mean, and so that's probably why he's making a big point of it again, because somebody just got removed for that same thing. And can you believe it? An attorney and the correspondent for Surviving the Survivor literally does what you're not supposed to do and gets kicked out. Isn't that weird? But dumb, listen to the rules. I'm a rule follower. I always follow the rules. When people want to do things that are against the rules, I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'll break the rules. All right, let's zoom in. I think he just got removed, but that'd be good. I think they just removed him, but I don't know. I didn't follow it all the way up. But you know, someone talking about me? Okay. Oh, they're on break. So let's see where we can zoom to. Don't want to miss anything. So they should have came back about 45 minutes ago or so. Because it was till 2 o'clock. No, he was like out there talking on a live stream in the lobby part of the courtroom, but he was still, you're not allowed to even have it on in the courthouse. No filming or anything. So he got in big trouble. There's a video of it. I saw it somewhere. Okay, guys. Did they start a new stream? Oh, no, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Should be right here. But still, like, how can you as an attorney be such a knucklehead? People are so funny. Like, there's rules in the court and they announce the rules, right? I know that was a rule in Idaho too. good that he got kicked out. I'm so sick of these mavericky YouTubers who think they don't have to respect the rules. Oh God, it's so bad now. When I first started YouTube, it was not like it is now. It's just so much. It's like gone rogue. All the people that are just, they don't care what they're doing, who they're hurting, what the rules they're breaking. They're just send me super chats, send me super chats. That's what they're doing out there. And it makes me a little crazy because you try to do things the right way and be ethical. And then everybody else that's not ethical is making big bucks off this platform. That's crazy. I listened to you on Apple Podcasts and didn't realize you had a YouTube for a long while. Oh yeah, I started in I started my channel Left Undone in 2019, and then started behind the Lori Vallow case, like probably the first or second person following it, other than mainstream East Idaho News and Justin Lum. And so then we followed that all the way, and then did some other cases and stuff too. But I went to that trial, or Chad's trial and Lori's trial for a little bit, not the whole thing. But yeah, so I've been around for a while. But this chatting with Kathy's all new because I kind of got stuck in a little bit of a algorithm pickle where as I was posting new videos that weren't Daybell stuff, YouTube wasn't showing them to other people because my algorithm or whatever was stuck in, this is a Daybell channel. So in order to grow, I started this new channel, Chatting with Kathy. All right, what happened? Thought we were coming back here. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Okay, it's coming. I swear. Okay. It's right here. Should we start? Anybody else have any comments I missed while I think we're good. Oh, I wouldn't put it past somebody to do that on the down low, but that would be really bad.
Please have a seat.
Oh, Patrick's back. Okay. Cross-examination. Let's hope Kevin does a good job here.
Water.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, they do. So, I mean, it's probably just a bad mistake, like didn't pay attention to the rules or something like that, didn't realize that you could, so not in the courtroom, but not in the courthouse, I'm sure it was innocent, to be honest. But it's like you get kicked out, like out.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. What we're now going to do at this point is we're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay. All right, counsel.
Oh, good point. Good point. Who might you be speaking of?
You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, and maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. You remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
Had double major?
Yeah.
Was very good student.
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was we call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked for Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then?
Nice head.
We were, yeah.
And had you
Oh my
started
God.
together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Tell us a little bit about, you know, Lindsay, obviously, better than most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, like she didn't want to go to work, she's lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained. If you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy, that she didn't want to go back to work. But I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, obviously, you had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, counsel's looking at that. Is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
she would. Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting?
Yep.
So I'm going to run there after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
Interesting. Don't they already have to see everything that's going to be admitted? Huh. Okay, let's see. We can zoom. There was an objection here. Okay. Well, looks like it got admitted. Oh, man. Okay, come on. There we go.
Can you see that, Mr. Clancy?
Yeah.
Pull it away a little bit. Looking at this, what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one, what's the date, if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought
Okay,
she
hold
said
on.
a little
I
earlier.
want to go over this.
No.
I want to go over this. May 11th, G4P2. So this is a patient that had 4 pregnancies and had 2 deliveries so far. She's at 38.9 weeks, so about a week before due date. Spontaneous labor, went into labor on their own, was admitted. And then she was 3 centimeters dilated, 80% effaced, -1 station. Admission, epidural, no augmentation. So no Pitocin. They admitted her. She got an epidural, no augmentation, no Pitocin, nothing helping her labor. And then normal spontaneous vaginal delivery, a viable girl, right? Cora. That's her first baby. This is her first delivery, I think, May 11th, 2015, as a nurse. Apgars are 8-9, baby's Apgars. They look at them, they make sure they have flexion, they're breathing, they're not flaccid, they're crying, everything gets points, right? And usually you lose a point always. Like you might be 9-9, but that is because you lose the points for the hands and feet or the body being blue. So normal, they're blue at first, that first minute. This is the first minute. This is 5 minutes. So at 1 minute, that baby was still blue. At 5 minutes, the baby's hands and feet are still blue, which is normal because circulation, everything makes a big transition once the baby's born. And, you can live without your heart and your lungs and this. I mean, you can't live without your heart and lungs and all your vital organs, but you can live without your arms and feet. So your circulation goes to your extremities last. So that's totally normal. Babies have blue feet and they transferred her postpartum. So that was a normal delivery. Perfect. Then this one, May 14th, she worked again. This is G1P0. So first pregnancy, first baby. 38 and 4 weeks. Normal is 40 weeks is when your due date is calculated at 40 weeks. So it's term, not preterm. Spontaneous labor, went to labor on their own. SROM. So spontaneous rupture of membranes. She, her water broke. And then AROM, she probably had a 4 bag or something. Sometimes it seals over a little bit. So then they'll break your water again. And she had artificial rupture of membranes, right? And then she had meconium. So that's when the baby has a first bowel movement. Oh, look at, I'm like teaching you guys something here. Baby has a first bowel movement inside before the born. Choreo, she's getting a fever. She's getting infected. The patient's getting infected. So they're going to need to give her antibiotics. And so she had 100.4 temperature during pushing. She pushed for 1 3/4 hours. Then she had a normal spontaneous vaginal delivery, meaning no vacuum extraction or anything like that. Viable Jaden. And then Apgars were 8 and 9. So again, normal, baby's good, baby's born, looks great. Apgars are 8 and 9. And then let's see, am I able to get this other one a little better in here? Oh, I can't see the whole thing, but May 20th, G1P0. So it's another mommy number one on her due date. Spontaneous labor augmented. She did have some Pitocin to help the contractions get stronger. She had an epidural. She also got choreo. Ugh. These people that get infected during labor. She had 100.15 temperature during labor right before pushing. I cannot see if we can see more of that, but I hope that helps. I don't know if it's necessary for you to understand, but this is the fact that she has a record of this. I am so impressed. God, I do not have anything like this. Nothing that was, and it's not HIPAA because she doesn't have the name of the patient or any identifying, about the patient, but she kept a little journal of her deliveries and the names of the babies and everything. That's super cool. I mean, I'm not that organized. I can't even tell you. But I'm just like running around like crazy person at work. Like, time to write that down? Yeah. Okay, we will continue.
The name?
It's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like, you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
Yeah, were they hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was photograph that, excuse me, if you can identify for us, is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
If I may put exhibit 58 up so the jurors and the zone can see it. There's some kind of, like, looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah.
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, or whatever his name is, over to the right. It's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize.
Get it right. It's not Buzz Lightyear.
portion-
Paw Patrol. Know your
Yeah.
character.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say You also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah,
And they were hanging on the wall?
correct.
Who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah.
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
Yeah, she did it for each kid.
Which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Greg, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you, I appreciate it. These two.
It's 60 and 61.
Thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he's a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and took pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Representative, over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Counsel.
We're approaching again. They approach a lot. Makes me crazy. Makes me glad I'm not in the courtroom and all that's going on, right? Your internet keeps throwing you off. Stupid internet. It's annoying, right? So, I don't know. Has anything changed anybody's mind yet? Are you leaning any kind of certain way? I'll zoom. This might be a longer one. Let's go up here. Sometimes I go to zoom and they come right back. Other times I go to wait and they don't come right back. Let's see. Yeah, taking them a little bit longer. Okay, they should be coming back now. I'm just impressed that she has her own little journal with those stats from her deliveries. Holy cow. I feel like a really bad nurse now. Still leaning to not criminal. Do one of her experts. Yeah, the experts are really going to be what makes or breaks me, I think, on my position, and what experts I find better than the others, right? Because there's going to be both sides. Mental illness is terrible, but mental illness on the wrong meds is deadly. Yeah, that is very true. Very true. And there, you get a psych med, it warns people. Like, once you start this, if you start having suicidal thoughts, they actually can throw. It's on all the medications, all the psych meds say that if you start having suicidal thoughts, please, contact your provider, because that is a side effect of some psych meds, believe it or not, even though it's supposed to be for the opposite. But, there's plenty of people in this world that take Benadryl and it doesn't make them sleepy. It makes them hyper. Other people, it makes, that's just an example of how you can have an opposite effect. Wait, see, I have a question. Does anybody understand? Shouldn't this just be, this is not cross-examining. He's actually, has him up there as his witness right now, right? Or maybe not. I don't know. It seems like this evidence and stuff, but maybe not. I guess it's directly related to what they said, because they're trying to prove that she was doing this on purpose, that she didn't care about her kids, and he's trying to prove that she is. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Done thinking out loud. Benadryl gives me massive anxiety and I can't sleep. See, opposite effect on you. Exactly. I'm starting to get an uber over scheduled kids vibe. To be honest, it works for some families, but if you're battling with depression, keeping life simple and being happy with being a good enough mom is essential. True. Perfection can really suck when you're trying to raise little kids. I had 3 kids under 5, and dude, it is a blur. There was no way I could have been absolutely 100% perfect. You know, it's true. So that could have played into her being so overwhelmed and stressed, because things do add. Yeah, I don't understand if this cross defense or both. Right. That's right. Okay. I'm glad that you're thinking the same way, because I'm confused a little bit. Okay.
Mr. Clancy, you know, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, you know, personnel will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
Right? Push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, just representative of the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would.
See, that was kind. The prosecution didn't do anything like that and tell him, you know, I'm sorry, I know this is difficult, or anything like that, which kind of irks me.
The July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
I wish he was reading the comments.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and
It
Dawson.
keeps getting better. The last one was love my alone time with my little boy.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the only reason I'm asking is because he is also on the list as a witness for the defense. And I don't know if I'm making this up in my head, but I had heard, or I've seen it before, where if they're both witness for both and they're called first, and that they can do the direct so that he can be in the courtroom. But the prosecution did say he may be called again, so that probably ruined that, right? Although if you were now, there is like what happened in Idaho, some people that are direct victim, family victim members, they can be in the courtroom even though they are a witness. There's an exception. So I don't know. We're still in the same place with that question. I was overwhelmed after my third was born and tried to be a perfect mom. It manifested in chronic headaches and fatigue. A doctor finally convinced me to take it easy. hard for a perfectionist. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, when there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
Everything she writes on there are very loving statements with those pictures.
21.
Um,
Callie,
no, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay, September 21.
Hold on. I want to read what she wrote. Let me go back just tiny bit. Me and my boy. Yay, Son's Day. The love between a mother and son is indescribable. How unbelievably blessed I am to call this the most handsome boy, my son. Oh, to call this most handsome boy, my son. Her posts are very loving, mommy stuff.
21. Callie was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
Happiest 4th birthday to the sweetest gift God ever gave me. She's growing into the most perfect version of herself, and I just couldn't love her more.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No,
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard. Okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell me, Jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod.
Yeah.
Couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. We have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop. Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being the email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
We could approach sidebar.
sure, yeah.
The purpose of the email. Okay.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday, the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner. Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained. If you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be from
Put your glasses on, Kevin.
the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask. And I believe the doctor in the mask. Right? And then.
Yep.
Now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Isn't that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
believe it's
what yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right hand corner top, what date was that picture taken? Sent to your computer?
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury.
So
When you're dealing with these,
the prosecution was really, she's like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? When they were asking him about that night in Boston, dinner, massage, and Patrick was adamant that they didn't do that. I guess the prosecution is just trying to prove that she could go do mommy things without the kids and enjoy them, but they didn't go for whatever reason, or did they have the plan? I don't know. I'm a little lost still on that one.
things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving it. Here it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection, that was December 3rd.
Sus-
It was the jury's memory, but.
If you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent if you can read that,
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? You're familiar with metadata, I would imagine. No way I can't do this.
The
date on the thing tells you where to put the.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
And off of these, Ron?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. You want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, and we will going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you.
Good point.
Does it indicate
PLM.
the date and the time?
A lot of pressure to be perfect. I feel like when we were raising our kids, we didn't have all this. Well, social media kind of started when Michael was born, because I had when I was pregnant, I was in an AOL group. Mom's pregnant in October of '98. And then eventually we were able to do pictures and stuff. So like my first 3 kids, there was no real pressure other than your immediate friends. But I feel like social media with all the perfect, the filters, the Instagram models, this, that, has really changed our society to have to prove to everybody that you're perfect. Right? So that, could have something to do with it too. Like once you're on social media, that age group, her age group, she was born 88. So my oldest was born 89. And they're the ones that kind of started that whole thing with the social media, Facebook, showing everything. So yeah, it's a really good point. Kevin is doing a good job showing the jury that Lindsay was normal, okay, throughout the day. I wonder if her afternoon dose of medication caused her psychosis. Yeah, lots of good questions.
You sent that email to your staff members.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
That would be Exhibit 76.
That's the date, January 24th. That's the date of the murders. I don't know. I would think if she doesn't remember at the moment that she wouldn't, right?
When was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There are no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being born healthy? And
yeah, we felt very lucky.
And then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist?
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22, you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist,
He's a what artist?
like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. Do you recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right.
Yep.
Down a little bit, you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. You see here? So here we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles and then it goes Wikipedia. And you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
do. Hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink? Just so I know.
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Again, Your Honor, I got that discovery from the DA's office.
Well, it's an email from his
We'll just
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second.
Right.
Wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Yes, I would object.
If I can see, Council.
I don't understand some of this. What is in there? So I guess Kevin's point right now is that there was a guy named Tom Hall that was a musician, and Patrick looked him up. And when he looked him up, it showed all this stuff, because that's what happens, like Tom Hall, suicide, this person. When you look somebody up and something drastic's happened to them, that's all going to pop up too. I guess that's his point, to prove that Lindsay wasn't really looking for suicide. But I don't know what she's objecting about. Okay, we'll zoom.
She started with Zoloft.
Side, but it was
Okay, we're gonna have to wait right there. Yeah, I think that's what he just proved was it wasn't Lindsay's Google search. Yeah, exactly. So I guess because the prosecution is trying to make anything like that come up in a Google search, that it was Lindsay planning all this. But still goes against their idea, because they said her suicide was fake. Like, she wasn't really trying to kill herself. She just wanted to kill her kids. Right? You know? Yeah.
so while that's being marked Exhibit E for ID, basically that would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact inadvertently that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her, and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding. Is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she...
Okay, this is good. This is good. Because when the district attorney lady held up the bag and counted and said, look how many are left in this one, and look how many are left, like she wasn't taking them at all. And I believe when she held up the lorazepam, the Ativan, she said they're like 12 and a half or something in there, or something like that. And the half means she was taking a half of a pill, because that was probably the dosage. So if she took, and I said, that's 14 days worth, then she's taken, right? And PRN medications, PRN means only as needed, not routine, some of these meds would have been as needed. Now, the Zoloft and stuff would have been at least once a day, and the Seroquel wouldn't have been as needed, but the benzos were as needed for anxiety. I'm sure they were. So this is a good point he's trying to make, because he's saying that she did take her medication as prescribed, and the prosecution's saying that she did not.
She took the medication and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of your kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I'm going to ask if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is in fact the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Hold on. Something messed up. You guys still here? Did I lose you? Hold on. Let me go back. Okay. Yeah, I'm back. I don't know what happened. I got kicked off, but let me put this back up. I don't know what happened. I totally got kicked out. Okay. Let me just go back a little bit here. Okay, here's where we were. You guys good?
And on this book, you see
Let me see about that volume.
the caption of the book is.
Okay, we're good. He just goes away from the
Good
microphone
moms
a
have
lot.
scary thoughts.
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, though?
Don't recall seeing this.
Go lay down. Percy, go lay down.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this time.
Look, Council, come up. If you could, Ms. Reddick, if you could show what it is.
I swear they should wear like a lab mic so they can walk around, you know?
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
So can I put it in?
Yes, that's
Oh,
fine.
okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If
No,
I
I'm
could just
lost.
look at it,
Yeah.
there may
Why don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that? And we can kind of figure out where we go.
All right, let's speed this up. All these little breaks.
Who was the next doctor, if you recall, that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Now, is it fair to say that Julie was at South Shore?
Yeah, correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother.
They
is
keep
that-
buffering.
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances. Yeah,
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital.
in L&D. Yeah,
L&D Labor and Delivery, same thing. Okay. And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
Super annoying.
yeah. I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a,
No, I never met
should
Julie
back
Paul.
myself up. Were these like in-person meetings, or are they like, what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelata.
Rebecca Gelata? Okay. And that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time. Yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when you guys, she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
A lot if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right. So it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that in fact she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that
Okay.
short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere. So
And the reason, that, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
right,
Same practice, right?
right,
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
right,
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
yeah. She just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
Now, benzodiazepines, they're addictive, right?
Apparently,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well. Is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she's reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Jeez.
Early December.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to pause this for a second because I found
In
something.
early December of 2022. Can you tell the jury?
Okay, I Googled this. The Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts. It's a book by Karen Kleinman. It says, in Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts, Karen Kleinman confronts the unrealistic expectations and stigma surrounding the emotional challenges faced by new mothers, from disturbing thoughts about potential harm to babies to anxiety, anger, and feelings of inadequacy. Kleinman emphasizes that these experiences are normal and do not make someone a bad mother. The book guides mothers through navigating their changing identities, roles, and relationships after childbirth. It offers advice for self-care, self-compassion, and letting go of perfectionism, which is what we said. Kleinman encourages new mothers to build support networks, speak openly about their struggles, and seek professional help when needed. So it is a book that she was reading then. Yeah, this book highlights common anxious thoughts that new mothers have, but spends very little time addressing what to do about it. Interesting. That's a review on the book. Interesting. Okay, let me get Patrick back up here.
Jury, from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah,
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly. And then and then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to, she definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication. It was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December, what observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
By Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep. But she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants
Yeah.
in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
Would object, we don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have these?
Could I see everybody here?
All right. That, I don't know why they don't have everything. It's sort of annoying. Okay, let's see. Right here. Other bat. Oh. They're coming right now. Carolina, if I remember correctly, your first thought of, unaliving, whatever, was in December of 2022. Which would have been 2 years before? No, a whole year before the baby was born? Because baby was only 8 months old at the time. I don't know. We'll have to look at that. Okay, what's going on? I got the wrong dang camera on. That's what's happening. Oh my gosh, everything's switched over. Hold on. Technology. I need a backstage tech IT person. Let's fix that. There we go.
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she
Yeah.
went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
There we go.
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
Wachusett.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection.
Yes.
All right. Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
Objection.
I don't think so.
If he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up and you bring her home, it's now you and the kids and Lindsay, and it's days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to watch, so they stayed home with Cora and Kellen.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately though.
Yeah, of course, it would be
Yeah.
separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for
They did, yeah.
time? Were you aware personally, let me back up, you and Lindsay as husband and wife would in effect sleep in the same bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion though that she said to you about you go downstairs and then I think she ended up downstairs?
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy? Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house. so-
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs oils and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in
I
that?
don't know. She didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean,
Yes.
she switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but
Couldn't leave.
inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go, but I think it was the second time we went to the ER, and I said, "You have to go."
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you visited with her, is that correct?
Yeah.
District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was it looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor, psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah,
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her.
Let's call it.
I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, you know, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay. So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, you know, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her ill health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And offer the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Now, you know when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
Well, hold on.
I don't think so.
She should have came out of there with discharge instructions, right? I don't think you'd be discharged from hospital without discharge instructions in writing, and you have to sign for your discharge. So kind of confusing.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times.
Yeah, I heard that as one of the best mental health facilities in the nation. I heard that. So
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends, like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple
Okay.
of years, but
I understand.
yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping.
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
Thank you.
One thing that might help her is her perfectionism, keeping track, making her own logs, writing her own nurse's notes for herself actually may help. I mean, she's literally charting. This is the medication. This is what time we gave it. This was the dosage. This is the reaction. That actually might help her. Elia Goodhart, the doctor they just mentioned, is also being sued for failing to diagnose her correctly. Instead, a disorganized, uncoordinated course of polypharmacy. Sure sounds legit. Wow.
There was an occasion where she told you in the presence of her mother that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday.
Okay, just so, because you're taught as a nurse, but I'm not that good in my own life. If it's not charted, it's not done, right? And this is actual proof. If you get dragged into court in a malpractice suit or something as a nurse, your memory's not going to remember. The only thing they have is how well you charted everything. Did you contradict anything? Did you put the exact times, what you did, the reaction, step by step? So her nursing brain is actually charting on herself, which is actually good, because if she was ever brought into court as a nurse, all that would be looked at. That's exactly what would be looked at. So she's actually doing a good job, in my opinion, of charting on herself for real. I think that's good, because that's the evidence they have in a court of law. If a medical person gets brought in, it's their notes. And we're always told, if it's not charted, it's not done. So you can say, oh, I gave him his medicine. Well, why didn't you chart it? If you didn't chart it, you didn't do it. You didn't chart the reaction, So that, honestly, I think that's in her favor, in my opinion.
And it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
But let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she's telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yeah.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant. You were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Good
I'm
point.
going to approach you, sir, and another one of the books that was in the
Instead of
kitchen.
a 35-minute trip down the across town. Definitely a good point.
Remember, you want to sign this one.
I don't think so.
But is it fair to say that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that? And this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of? Or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book. No.
That might
Yeah.
have anxiety.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I just say
Thank you.
that my ex-husband, when our kids were little and stuff, wouldn't have had any idea what book I was reading, what book was in our house as far as my stuff went. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see that he would have to see that really, or be that observant, because they're usually not, at least in my experience.
By the way, I'll withdraw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Excuse me. And ask if you can identify it.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, it doesn't appear to be her writing in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Item.
I just think with all these books and all of that, it makes me lean even more towards the postpartum depression / psychosis, because this would be an awful lot of planning for months. Let me fake that I have postpartum issues, awful lot, while trying to raise 3 little kids, have a husband, have a life. It just seems like a weird way to go about planning a murder or murders. Very strange, right? Same with my husband. He would not have paid this much attention to my schedule and activities with the kids. A different generation now. True. I mean, I don't know what she does. I don't know where she went. I don't know. We didn't even have cell phones when my kids were really little. He didn't know where I was. Maybe she's at Target. Maybe she's at, I don't know, the mall, Sears. Where, I don't know what book she reads. Don't ask me. Super true. Okay.
Bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. So your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items such as this?
Yep.
So we don't have originals that the police do, but these
Right.
are copies. Fair and accurate?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing? Oops.
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take documenting on a daily basis? Any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah.
All this shows me so far is she is treating herself like a nurse would treat you, and was very concerned about her symptoms. I feel like she was really trying, the more I see this documentation and stuff, not just like she went to this doctor, she went to that doctor, online, Facebook, she left a hospital early. She didn't even stay. She was addicted to benzos. That was her problem. She didn't want those kids anymore. So far, I'm still leaning towards the postpartum issues as being her problem.
Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, Astor Mental Health records.
No
Oh.
objection.
All right, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this because I do have a
You
lot of.
trouble by
tabs.
Nightbot.
I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy. right
I
now.
know, I
All
just,
right,
Good.
Nightbot.
We'll enter that.
So
and then
rude.
before, we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
Thank you.
Don, can I see the exhibit for the? One of the things that you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay, by prescription from the physicians that she had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that the police had seized
same.
number of pill bottles.
Still leaning
and
that
that
way
you
too.
also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what are the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later, they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills with a 30 count, but then there's 27 and 3 were gone, but that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It's what you were told to do, right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Right. That makes sense. Prescription was changed, dosage was changed, get rid of the ones that have been DC'd, they've been discontinued, put them somewhere else. As we tell my hospice patients, like, I know you have this, but we just upped the dosage. This needs to go. It can't be in here. Has to go somewhere else. No, put it in another room, put it in a bag. So yeah, that makes sense. And the prosecution tried to do that without that context, like he's saying. Oh, you had all these pills and all are still in there. Look how many are still in there. She wasn't taking her medicine. That was what their point was. I don't know. If I could do a score right now, they're losing.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills.
But
that
I'm not
you
a
had
juror,
turned in,
so I don't know.
Correct? That were in your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell from looking at the bag.
I remembered it's exhibit 2 though.
Okay. Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th, at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told him I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to him.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized that, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right. But to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, so there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search,
Yep.
you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer? Obviously.
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
Yeah,
I agree.
Inside the drawer, sir.
They just basically diagnosed her with anxiety, like regular anxiety. And then they, not postpartum issues, which is weird, which is very weird to me that they didn't just go, oh, you have a brand new baby, or baby less than a year old. So yeah, I agree.
Do you recall that there were a number of items that...
Welcome back.
Lindsay Clancy prescribed on January 5, 23. Creatinine. January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams prescribed.
So that's the Seroquel. He's got a couple bottles of Seroquel there. The quetiapine is the generic.
For Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam.
That's Ativan.
Right?
Same.
This is what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right?
I thought it was Remeron and Seroquel.
Lamotrigine.
Motrigine.
Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right?
So she took them.
There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
Oh,
What is this item, sir?
he's getting a little disgusted, isn't he? Just knock it over. His testimony is blowing away the prosecutor's theory. I keep saying this, but already so much reasonable doubt. I agree. I'm more convinced, I'm leaning even more than I was this morning. So I think it's very effective having an elder statesman lawyer defending her. Yeah, I think so too. He's got a lot of experience too. Oh, right. I mean, and they're empty. Boom. Disgust. But it's true, they're empty. She took those, right? That's what he's trying to point out. Like, she didn't just leave these meds and not take them. That's what kills me about the prosecutor's side, because they'll just find things that work to their narrative, but then they don't look at the other side, but they're not supposed to. So that's why we have trial, and that's why she has a defense attorney. But if you don't have a good defense attorney, I can really see how stuff like this could get put in prison for life. And
You can identify that.
can't hear him very well.
It's a face mask for sleeping.
To sleep?
Yeah.
Now, you had mentioned something, I think, about pillow spray. What is that?
She bought some pillow spray. It apparently helps you sleep.
Like a lavender pillow spray. I have some of that. I've had some of that. Sometimes they give you that like in a hotel or something, little stuff, nice, fancier hotels.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
Your Honor, I would offer. Rob?
I could just see,
Yeah,
I think you.
and I think there's a watch on the side there.
Why didn't they seize the watch? They put it in the evidence that she went up 3 flights of stairs at a certain time, right in the middle of that.
Do you want to, you want to put that in as one exhibit? Okay.
In reference to the Apple Watch, sir, how many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
know?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. Police never seized it, right?
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs and the pill bottles from January, December 22, 23, the police never seized it, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to sidebar.
Yeah, can I see Council sidebar, please?
What is it? Well, they're not supposed to, but they should be anticipating how weak their arguments are. You don't want jurors thinking, well, that's a stretch in your opening statements. True, right? You don't want to, right. You don't want to go back. You don't want to go too far that way and not show something like, all we showed was this one bag of medicine in our opening statements that she didn't take. And not even to take into account what she did take, what still was in the house, what with empty bottles. It's I think it's a pretty big con. Just to be completely honest, I think it's a pretty big con for the jury and promises. Remember, I said that in another video, like it's the opening statements are promises. So you got to come through with those promises. I think it's going to come back right now. There we go.
To your knowledge, sir, was she advised by nurse practitioner Tufts to keep a nighttime dump diary of all of her thoughts and write them down so that she had something that she could refer to?
Not that I'm aware of.
You ever see her writing notes in a diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
I'm going to show you this document. I asked, that appears to be her handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other page just to make sure that you all understand, right?
Yeah.
You want to write it off for this?
Commonwealth?
Can I see it, please?
And I got it from the state police, so it's assume you guys have it.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
I'm going to show you another document, sir. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting? That document with dates, September 29, for example, 22.
Yes.
And does that appear to, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Callan.
And the schedule for Cal, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, and naps. Yeah.
So for example, where it says September 29th, there it is, 22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
Any objection? No objection. All right, that may be admitted.
I'm impressed with her documenting skills. I really
One of the
am.
things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of the, I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I just don't know where it is. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about that's 20 feet up would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you identified this picture, I can't see. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball, appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. It appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just continuity.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'd also, if I may, just the top picture.
I believe she is. I believe she's still suicidal. He mentioned that she wants to die, and she still does. So I'm sure she's on some medications for depression. And she's in a mental health facility, so.
I believe is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor. You see that? That's from the house.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Attorney Reddy.
You love birds. I got right now. You guys got, speaking of birds, see kitty cat over there by the bird feeder? There's a dove. There's a dove right there that's trying to come down and eat out of the bird feeder right now. And Sammy's got his eye right on him. You can see. Oops. Speaking of birds. So I got a window bird feeder right there. And there's a dove up on the wall. There's two doves up on that wall right now. I don't know if you can see them. And they're dying to come down here and eat out of the bird feeder, but they know that he's like he's behind the wall, like in the zoo. Sammy's in the zoo. The birds are aware, but they play this game all day. They come, they get food. He pounces on the window. They fly away. They come back. So yeah, we got birds going on here. Oh, a little close. So if you hear a thump while we're on here, the thump is him jumping on the window to chase the birds away. And there's these little finches that they got his number so badly now that when they come and they eat, especially the little girl finches, the brown ones, they don't fly away anymore. And he's all on different angles, like pushing on the window, like go, go, go. And they're just like, we're eating. The finches seem to be smarter than the doves. The doves are more sketchy. But there are two doves right there right now. Okay, sorry. Back to the court case. Sorry for the interruption. What's going on with Nightbot? Being mean again? A man? Oh my God. Nightbot, you're starting to bug me. Stop spamming caps. Oh, come on. Does anybody know how to fix Nightbot so he's not so rigid? Nightbot runs a tight ship, no caps, limited 3 emojis. Take a long walk off a short pier, Nightbot. Seriously, I didn't even make those rules up. I'm sure I didn't. Okay. Back to the show or trial. Sorry.
Okay, so, I'm talking about the Hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here, okay. So you see on the top of this window here. It's not a very good picture. Underneath the Hornet thing, see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah, I
That's
see it.
the first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
Right off the original.
Any objection?
No.
They may be admitted.
So from what I understand, they are trying to say that she didn't actually jump out the window, that she got out carefully, hung on, and got blood from her superficial little wrist cuts, got blood on the windowsill and tried to lower herself down, but she didn't take into account that the ground was frozen, and that's why she got hurt. So yeah, that's why he's pointing that out. Hold on. I'm going to show you. See them?
I'm all set, thank you, sir.
Commonwealth, read
See the doves?
Thank you.
They're on, and the kitty cat's right there, right in their face.
Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone
Better
with
than
you,
my
correct,
face.
because you used it. And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah,
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
True.
3 minutes.
She grew up in
And
the
so,
winter. Yes.
You leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could.
I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time
I
you
freaked
should have
them
been
out.
at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email
Percy.
on your iPhone?
Yeah.
The
I just
birds
don't
saw
know if I
me
pulled into the
move,
parking lot at
so they left.
5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah. So I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the
great.
picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here.
Yeah, I'm streaming on both of my channels. Left Undone is my old true crime channel, and then Chatting with Kathy is my current the channel that I'm mostly invested in right now and trying to grow. So Left Undone, I didn't want to leave them all left undone over there because they know I do true crime, and so I'm streaming over there. It has like 17,000 subscribers, so. And over here, I have like 2,000. So I just wanted to be fair and make sure, because a lot of people know about my new channel. So that's what happened. Yes. I'm streaming in 2 places. Absolutely. The prosecutor seems to be rather caustic. Yeah, true. She's paralyzed from her chest down. She needs 2 female assistants to help her with her personal hygiene and bathroom needs. It's heartbreaking and proves to me that she really wanted to go with 3 kids. Yeah. Sorry. I know it probably is like if you get the alert or you're scrolling for live streams right now on this, you're like, wait, there she is again. There she is again. So it's all me, both channels. I'm just not getting rid of the other channel. It's like my history of all my stuff but the live streams I'm going to stream over there too, for sure. And some of you guys are in here right now. I don't even know who's in which channel. All right. Sorry. Let's go back.
That says the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them. Yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right. Yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left,
I might not have them
recollected
turned
that,
on.
And I found the picture.
That's
and the
kind of a
picture was
new
from September.
thing.
And was that
I'm
the
not
plan you
sure.
went to?
Yeah.
I have to look into that too.
Text messages marked as specific?
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were
Okay. What? Really? You're going to make that point? I do not like when one of the attorneys start rubbing me the wrong way, but that is so stupid. Nobody watches somebody do everything 24/7. Thank you, Carolina. I know. I feel like they're starting to scramble now, right? This is a little bit scrambling to say, but you don't know that she took her pill every single month. Well, sometimes I was at work downstairs in the basement on my own work day, not coming up to check every time she took a swig of water with a pill. Like, wasn't assigned to be her babysitter. Holy cow. That's kind of pissing me off. Sorry.
asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide. You said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
At some point?
yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the methods of suicide site, scrolling through and reading the methods of suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the methods of suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
No.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
I mean, honestly, if you're really researching suicide, wouldn't you spend a little more than 5 minutes on it? I'm just saying. I think it would take you a little bit longer to kind of get some ideas, but I don't know. They're really trying to get him to say that Lindsay did it. My Facebook is like always logged in though. So I don't know. Okay.
Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that that it was a locked ward. She had to stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
And were you there during the when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So looking here at the CVS records that you provided, we see, I'm sorry. So we see here Here we go. Aaliyah Goodhart, second from the bottom.
Yep.
Trazodone, 50 milligrams. So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had just recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I
Yes.
believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right. That's correct.
Are you talking about the one I said, the postpartum.net?
For Lindsay, trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she didn't act. She wasn't.
Are you talking about postpartum.net? It's postpartum.net. All right. Sorry.
The one who prescribed that,
And in fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tuss, correct?
Right.
And and Dr. Tuss prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so. Yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on. Those were gone, correct? Once she'd been in McLean.
I don't know if it was. I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed trazodone and
Is she treating him like a hostile witness right now? Doesn't it seem like it? He's just not being very empathetic to him at all.
Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking trazodone before McLean.
Right, so she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking trazodone.
You guys.
And I thought she was taking it before.
I don't like what she's doing to him right now. This was 4 years ago. Total, like, horrible event that happened. PTSD probably from the entire thing. And she wants to say she's still trying to prove that she wasn't taking her medications. It's so weird to me right now. The jury may have bad taste in their mouth for her. She's horrific. She's making me mad. I do not like the way she's doing this. She's really bugging me. She just sighed because he didn't get the answer she wanted to hear. Yeah. You don't know what your wife's taking? It's like 4 years ago, lady. Absolutely, Carolina. She's horrific. It feels personal almost. I wonder if she was counting on him testifying in a certain way, and with time he changed his story or isn't cooperating. I mean, I don't know. She's acting like he's not cooperating, but he's like, I don't remember. What guy is going to remember every single detail with all these medication changes and diagnosis and this and that? Like, I wouldn't even be able to remember. I'd have to refer to something written down. Like, I think we did, like, ask me about my mom's meds. This cat is sitting on my computer. And this was just this last December. I'd be like, what do we change her to? When was the dosage up? Yeah, it was up. It was changed to Seroquel. We DC'd it. Like, I would have to go back and look. So I think she's being really hard on him, expecting him. Hello, the dove's back. I think she's just being really hard on him. It's not cool at all.
Or McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on. So it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that. And so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the Trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from defense counsel. It's the, yes. Exhibit 84. This was the packet here that defense counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Callan's schedule. Is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine. Is that correct?
Possibly.
And there's different writing here, correct? Want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m. Give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until sleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. These are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle, 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Also, I remember seeing a Facebook post or something that she was looking into sleep training. So if you're sleep training a baby, that is a very, very rigid schedule from what I understand. I didn't sleep train mine. They sleep trained me. That wasn't even a thing.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Again, October 6th, 8 at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40, changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it, yeah.
I have nothing further.
Does anybody else have
Penny,
a
was that?
Does anybody else have a problem with that? Like, some moms are just that way. Obviously, she's very particular about the way she does things, but it still doesn't make me think she's going to murder her children. Do you like, is this, to me, it's not proving anything because I know as a mom, some people are very, very particular about the nap schedule and the night schedule. And if the baby doesn't take a nap and if you sleep too long, then you're going to be up late and then everybody's going to be messed up and you have other kids and everybody needs to go to bed at the same time so you can get some rest. I don't know. It just seems like she's trying to really pick at something that isn't a scab, you know? In my opinion, this is going to be another epic fail by Massachusetts like Karen. Well, they're going to start getting real embarrassed. I'm also getting the vibe that this rigid documentation, scheduling, measuring in her non-professional life is a way to feel she's controlling the out of control parts of her life. Makes sense too. Totally makes sense. This is all new. How is she able to bring this in on redirect? Yeah, good question. Unless maybe he can come back now because she brought something new, right? I don't know. She's just really trying to show that she's so rigid and this was too much for her to have these kids and she didn't want them anymore because they were too much, I guess. I feel so bad for Patrick. I don't like this lady attorney that's acting like Patrick should know everything and be up and Lindsay behind. Right. My ex-husband would be like, I don't know. I mean, we had 3 kids under, let's see, Timmy turned 4 when baby number 3 was born, the same month. So I had 3 kids, 4 and under. I cannot, it was just trying to survive, right? I don't know, put that one to bed so we can get some sleep. This time, that time, it just seems like this woman hasn't had small babies or something. I don't know. It's starting to bother me. You know? All right, continue.
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long?
Oh, he is coming back.
For you guys?
A month or 2. Yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on. And
Hold on.
1 inch cubes peeled.
Anyways, so
Hold on. I think I missed.
Feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
sounds like it, yeah.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. He will be
I went back too far.
45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it.
One
So
more.
again, very specific.
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
and Elaine
Shoot,
Rossi,
I keep
how long
going.
was she-
Tell himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is
Sorry.
asleep at
I can't find that
10:40,
exact spot.
Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how
No,
she
no.
wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
So which nanny was that?
Good. Go sit down.
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or 2. Yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyways. So
And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant.
yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Refresh your memory.
Valium and
She was prescribed 50
they're both
milligrams.
benzos, so I didn't understand that either. That was weird.
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fairly accurate? The scripts that were
Yeah.
provided?
Yep.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, we should be coming back here. I don't know what else they do today. Looks like we're almost to the end of the stream. So let's see what happens. It's 2:20 here, 5:20 there. So clearly it's over.
I don't watch anything about it. The same thing will go.
Hold on. Hey, hey. Another sidebar. Sidebar. Wicked. The accent. Oh, the doves are back. Hi, dove. But the problem with the doves is they eat too much birdseed. I'm going through birdseed way too fast now. When it was just the finches, then these doves decided to show up. They're little piggies.
Excuse you till tomorrow morning. The hope is to start about 9. And kind of the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11, take a break at 11. We'll have a break from 1 to 2. And we'll go into the afternoon around 3 or 4. All right. So that's the thing. Remember, I'm going to ask you those questions about not talking about the case, not doing any research about it. Don't watch anything about it. You have to keep an open mind. At this point, you've heard some evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the law that you are to apply to the evidence. So you've got to, at this point, you've got to keep struggling in a sense, keep that open mind. So I'm going to excuse you. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll come back here tomorrow morning. If I forget to tell you,
Oh,
tomorrow.
yeah, don't watch
Friday, we're
it.
still
Watch the
on,
recaps,
on
you know?
schedule, to take that view, and then we'll deal with the schedule when we come in tomorrow. But that's the best I can tell you. That's the
Ashley,
schedule for tomorrow.
Isa,
So again, thank you so
just,
much for all
um,
your work on this case so far.
I would
You
suggest,
have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
honestly,
All right. Good.
Okay. I think it's well over here. Hold on 1 second. I would say, let me stop sharing this. You know, if it's bothering you, because it's heavy and a trigger warning for sure. If it's bothering you, just watch the recaps. I did a recap yesterday. It's easier than watching the emotional part of it, right? So, because it's a thing, you need to be really careful with your own mental health if this is really triggering you, for sure. Watch the recaps and to keep up, or just read, but don't watch the whole trial, because it's, especially Patrick. I don't know if it's going to be as difficult when the experts are up there, you know. And Lindsay looks much calmer now. I think she feels good about Patrick's testimony. She seemed to have a relief on her face. Didn't you think so? But yeah, if it's affecting you, don't. But thank you for sharing that with us, because yeah, it's important. You need to be careful with your own mental health for sure. As a nurse, for me, I've learned how to compartmentalize things really well. And people are like, how can you be a hospice nurse? How can you do the stillborn babies and all that stuff? But you really have to learn, and not everybody can do that. And you realize sometimes that you think you're a little bit better than you are, when then all of a sudden, you know, your mind's going a million miles an hour after a patient dies or something happens. So just take care of yourself. Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's right, you did. So hang in there. What's up with Nightbot again? Nightbot is watching you. Pion, what happened? You got in trouble? No disassembly required. Stop spamming. Oh my gosh. Does anybody remember how to, my mods, how to like fix Nightbot from stop being a jerk? Like take some of his privileges away or something? So, oh my gosh, sorry, we're getting chaos here with the birds at the window. So, okay, so tomorrow I will stream again if you guys want, and we'll do it again so that we're on Pacific time. It makes it a lot faster than having to wait for the hello from Alexandria, New Hampshire. Hello. It makes it a lot better to Zoom, I think. It doesn't make the day so long. I had to, for you, were you a troublemaker with Nightbot before? All right, I'll have to look at it for sure and try to fix Nightbot from being so strict. He needs to lighten up a little bit. This isn't that kind of a room. Can be a little, we're all adults here. We can put more than 3 emojis. It's not going to kill anybody. You're welcome. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here and watching today. That was a big one. That was a heavy one. That was a difficult one to watch. And the prosecutor isn't helping my mood on the whole thing, or, you know, it's not, ugh. Yes, very jealous, seriously jealous of your creative expressionism. All right, everybody. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you all. Just stay safe and stay well. And I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys are here. Bye.